Hello, hello, everyone. How are we doing on this fine Thursday evening? I apologize. I am coming to you makeup free once again. I'm skidding in sideways once again. But I'm here and ready to work if you all are. I'm going to actually pop up just a couple things while I'm sitting here. Okay, let's see. Hi, Nicole. Happy to see you. Happy to have you here. And I am good. A little tired, but good. And I feel like that's kind of the norm, you know? So, hi, Araya. Happy to see you. I hope you're having a good day at work, because I know this hits during your work hours. Still, I think, right? Let's see. I'm going to give everyone just like another minute or two to pop in, and then we will start with a sprint. Ooh, goodness. Do you guys ever feel super hot when you get out of the shower? You know, just from the steam. It's killer, bro. Oh, I have this fan down by my feet that I use for Mike. And I swear, I just want to like put my face in front of the fan for like 2 seconds. I'm not going to do it, but I'm definitely tempted. Yes. Araya says yes. Araya, sorry. I have to break that habit because I started out calling you Araya and I know it's Araya. I will fix it. I'm working to get better about it. Yes, I love how we start to get to know all of each other's schedules. Definitely. I feel like the Tuesday and Thursday streams especially have really become like a writing club almost, you know, like my virtual writing club. That's what it feels like for me. Nicole says yes, also for the fact that I live in Puerto Rico, so it's hot and humid. Wow. Yeah, that's very hot. I would never survive. I barely survive in Florida, so but I think that's great. That's wonderful. Let's see. Hi, Angel. Happy to have you here writing with us tonight. If you want to share what you're working on, I'm happy to hear about new projects, beta reading, writing novels. Even if you're just cleaning during these sprints, that's cool too. Whatever you feel like doing or whatever you feel like sharing. Araya says, and yes, I hate it. I feel like I get all sweaty out. Yes, it's the worst. I'll cool off once I like sit here for a minute, especially with the fan on my feet. But yeah, I was like running crazy because I've been trying to like shower right before my streams now, just because since they're going a lot of times till much later now, I don't want to have to shower after my stream, you know? So anyways, that's probably TMI, but yeah, I'm still kind of navigating this like longer streaming format, I guess you would say. Yeah, I have a friend who is from Brazil, and I think they have a similar, like, I don't know that it's as hot as Puerto Rico, but it's pretty hot there too. She says the same thing. All right, I'm going to give it just like another minute, and then we'll go spin our wheel. Are you guys hoping for longer sprints tonight? Not gonna lie, I could go either way, but I am tempted to do longer sprints. I feel like I need to really lock in, although I have done a lot of writing this week and I'm writing again tomorrow. So I considered actually editing my vlog during this stream. The one that Araya has been telling me I need to finally like put up. I considered doing that during the stream, but I've never done video editing during a stream, and I'm worried I don't want the stream to like crash for any reason, you know, if I were to do that. I'll have to try it at some point, but I literally build my schedule and hairstyles around. Yes, it's so high maintenance. Like, it really is. And I swear, guys, like my hair is down. Like, let me show you how long. Like, it is literally down to my hip bone. Okay. And I am really reaching a point where I'm like, I'm gonna cut my hair. Like, back to, I used to have it a long time ago. I had it where it like kissed my shoulders, right? It was long enough for me to like put it in a ponytail if I wanted. But it was also like, you know, shorter and a lot lighter. And I swear I'm reaching a point where I'm just gonna like go to the hairdresser and get my hair cut shorter too, because this is killing me. It's so heavy. It takes so much conditioner. Like when I tell you guys, I literally have like a huge glob of conditioner every time I shower. It's just ridiculous. Nicole says, honestly, I need the longer sprints. I need to write. I'm in chapter 8 and I need to be in chapter 12 before Monday. Okay, girl, I got you. Hopefully the wheel, you know, I did. Okay, I didn't do this. Hold on. I'm going to take this down for 2 seconds, but don't think anything of it. Let me, okay. Don't read into that. Okay. It's going to come back. But I did consider increasing the chances of Wheel of Doom for tonight. I did consider it. I wouldn't make it like a for sure thing, but let me see where it sits right now. Okay, so right now the odds, it's like a 1 to 5 for between Wheel of Doom and the smaller time frames. Like the odds are 1 to 5, or 1 in 5. I could up it. No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I thought about it though. I am tempted to do a Wheel of Doom stream sooner than I previously anticipated though, I gotta tell you. Let's see. I'm good with either. And yes, you should edit it. You know what? Maybe I will. Do you see how easily I've influenced, guys? I was like, no, I'm not doing it. And now I'm like, maybe. Oh, this is about my vlog. Yeah, I considered it. I just worry. I don't know if my stream would crash. I mean, I don't think it would. We don't usually have issues, but I know editing takes quite a bit of CPU power, you know? Ooh, short hair is cute. I'm getting mine trimmed tomorrow. Nice. I had mine short for the last 7 years or so. Now I'm growing it out from that. It's so awesome. Yes. Okay. Sorry. I totally am tripping over myself because that's the exact reason why I grew this out was I was in a friend's wedding. And I knew I wanted like, you know, longer hair for that. But I swear I'm so tempted to trim it down. I vote we switch to a Doom stream. It's kind of tempting. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna switch to a Doom stream, but I am gonna edit. Let me take this down for 2 seconds. I'm gonna edit the odds in our favor a little more. And if we organically hit Wheel of Doom, you know, then that's different. So let's see. I'm gonna put Wheel of Doom even with, oh, hello, A. I'm from India, just got your stream recommended to me. So what are you doing exactly? We are writing. So we typically do sprints based on this wheel. The wheel tells us how long we're going to sprint for. And during that time, we don't talk, we just work. So the majority of us are writers. So we work on that, but you can also clean during that time or do homework if you're, you know, in school, whatever makes you feel productive. So that is pretty much the gist of the stream. And in between, we like to chit chat. So we do that every once in a while as well. Ian will be so mad if we get Doom without him. Yeah, he would. I'm gonna, you know what though? I really did want to do this anyways. I'm gonna just up it a hair. So now we have the same odds of getting Wheel of Doom as getting the 1 hour sprint, which that doesn't happen very often either. You guys have to admit, you know what I mean? So it just raised it a hair. All right, let me come back over here. All right, let me see. Also, now that I'm looking at this, I think I added, did I add a note? I think I added a note and it pushed. Yeah, I did. Darn it. Let me see if I can make this a little wider too. Because if I'm going to be using notes, I should really, let's see, still make it so the whole thing fits. And actually, you know what? We'll go here. And then maybe stretch this out a little more. There we go. You won't be able to see the whole thing, but you can kind of see that there's a note there. And then let me see when we go to outline and everything. Yeah, we're still all good. Okay. Yeah, but let me get us back over to our spin wheel and see. Yeah, see how Wheel of Doom is just like a little bit healthier looking now? That's even with the 1 hour. So we'll see what happens. But speaking of that, are we all ready to spin the wheel and get into a sprint? Because I know I certainly am. I'm going to go ahead and take us over and actually get us going. Let's see. All right, so I'm going to give you all 5 seconds if you want to put your guess in the chat of what time the wheel will land on. For anyone that might be new, if we land on a time that you guessed, like if anyone in the chat guesses it correctly, we have to spam the chat with gold stars in celebration. So that is the drill here. So I'm going to give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Also, Araya, I love how, well, I guess it counts because you said Doom is your other one. I was going to say, I'm laughing so hard at my second guess. Like you're going to have multiple guesses. But anyways, okay, here we go. Okay, 45. That's good. I feel like that's a good time to start with. Let's see. Oh, and you know what? We ended on a 45 last time, so I already have it queued up. Oh, now let's see. I am going to move the timer down here, I think. Actually, no, we're going to keep it up here. Let me do this. Sorry, just bear with me for 2 seconds, guys. Ooh, okay. Yeah, it's going to be uncentered no matter what. That's okay. All right, I'm going to pop it right here, and then I'm going to take my word bar too and move it so that it's more centered. There we go. I've kind of been thinking about moving that stuff anyways. All right. I don't know. I still feel like this isn't. There we go. All right. Turning my timer off, coming back over here to check things out. Okay. Doom didn't get it. Doom before. Nicole got it. Nice. Okay. Yep. I'm putting gold stars in for you too, Nicole. Sorry about that delay. Let's see. I know this is a bit anticlimactic because it's late, so I'm gonna put a ton in for you. There we go. All right. That being said, we have 45 minutes on the clock. I may also, well, I don't know. He seems pretty steady, but at some point I'll probably have to take Mike out real quick too. So just a heads up about that. But otherwise we have 45 minutes on the clock. I wish you all the best of luck and I will see you in 45. Here we go. Okay. Can everyone hear me? Did you all hear the alert, by the way? I know that sounds kind of weird, but did you all hear the music play? Because I did not hear it that time. And it may be no biggie, but I just want to make sure you guys heard it. Okay. All right. As long as you guys heard it, I'm good. Because I can see that it's playing. Okay. I just wanted to make sure because I was like, I did not hear that, but maybe it's just that my volume's turned a little lower. Okay. Let me check really quickly just to see. Very weird. Okay, well, no biggie. Okay. How did that sprint go for everyone? I got not a ton of words. And some of these are going to get deleted because I made a change. I had that. Okay, let's see. Oh, I got 307. So that's better than I thought, actually. But yeah, 307 that will not all stay. Because, yeah, I totally changed like an order of events a little bit because I realized it wasn't natural the way I was writing it. So I went back and moved something to an earlier point, and it makes so much more sense. I'm so glad I did that. But yeah, I'm going to have to proof like this whole bottom part here now. But that's okay. All right. Anyways, I'm going to go back over here. Oh, wow. We have a lot of chat. Okay. That's okay. We're going to catch up here. Oh, thank you for the good luck, by the way, Araya. I did see that you put that in for everyone. That was really sweet of you. Hi, Laura. Happy to see you. Happy to have you here. Hey, yo, trying to get my ducks in a row to apply for master's programs. Nice. Very good. Hopefully this will help you with that. Hopefully this will be a good time for that. I feel like my camera fell a little. Okay. I've reopened my Drinking with Cupid document. Ooh, it's for a bet. Okay, very cool. That's a vibe. You know, Cupid, they actually had a Cupid character who was a love interest in the show Charmed, and I loved him. He was great. The first kiss is in the first chapter. Oh my goodness. Nicole said, nice. I did see a snippet. And it's very appropriate. It's not that it's not appropriate. It's just, I don't know if I feel like super comfortable reading it because it's quite romantic. I feel like I would just be a little cheesy reading it by myself, but you guys should definitely check it out in the chat because it's a great excerpt, like super well written, really strong. I just, yeah, don't know if I could can read it out loud by myself. Maybe if I was on like a stream with someone else, but just because it's so romantic. Let's see. Nicole says, I read this and my heart skipped a beat. Yeah. See, and Laura, I posted the extended version in the NSFW channel. I figured, I had a feeling. I was like, I know where this is going, which is good. It's great. Like, I love that. I'm all for it. Let's see. Georgette says, going to cook breakfast and come back. Hello, everyone. By the way, hello, Georgette. Did not mean to skip the hello. Okay, and thank you guys for confirming that you could hear the music and everything. It's very weird. Normally I can hear it too, but it like didn't play for me that time. But that's okay. Nicole says, I wrote 705 words. Wow, that's really good, Nicole. You're killing it. That's really good. I definitely did not get anywhere near that. You actually wrote more than twice the word count I did. But that's okay. That's okay. I'm just a slow writer. That's how it is. Araya says, took a break at work and revised 445 words. Ooh, really nice. I edited the prose more than I was expecting to. Ooh, very cool. Yeah, I have to be careful about that because I feel like I want my book to just be like an easy read, right? Like I'm not going to have, I don't think, I mean, I need to do some research into prose, but like, I don't think I'm going to have spectacular prose, to be honest. It's not really on my radar, but every once in a while I'll pull something out and I'm like, okay, I really need to keep my voice consistent, because I think if I'm not going to do that throughout, I need to like not have it at all, you know? I need to think about that. Once I get to the revision process, I'm going to have to keep a strong eye on that. But I love great prose. Just FYI, love it. I just know it's not going to happen for me, at least in this story. Nicole says, I don't know how. Because you're superhuman. That's how. You're superhuman. Laura says, I did more research into master's programs and reread most of chapter 1 of Drinking with Cupid. Nice. Yeah, it always takes a minute to go back and reread just to like get back into your story. You know what I mean? Like I know I had to reread my last page, I guess, before I could jump back in. Hi, Christina. Happy to have you here. Christina says, hey, I'm late. I'm here for now. LOL. Let's see how the night takes me. My brain is nowhere to be seen. Christina, bad news for you. I did make the Wheel of Doom section just a hair bigger. So now it's even with the 1 hour. So not to scare you off. I don't want to scare you off. I want you to stay, but we do have a higher chance now, just slightly higher chance of hitting the Wheel of Doom. So just FYI. Oh, Mike is wiggling around down here. Oh my God. Yeah, it's small though. It's the same size as the 1 hour sliver, which we don't hit that often. But I did think, you know, the chances need to be upped a little bit at least. So, yeah. Yeah. I think, yeah, we'll see if we get it or not. I feel like you never know. We have gotten the 1 hour quite a few times, so it's more possible now, I think, more realistic. Araya says, I think of prose editing as more of sentence level editing. I kind of do it all in one draft where I fix developmental scene, prose, and some line editing. Nice. Yeah, I think Lynn does. I mean, I'm not going to claim to know much about her process, but I know from some live streams, she has said that she edits quite a bit as she goes. So you may work similarly to her. You never know. Christina says, I was one of the ones wanting Doom, but today, man, I don't know. Look, the wheel decides, right? Like none of us have control, unfortunately. I mean, I do control it, but we don't have control, right? We're along for the ride. We'll see where it takes us. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to think. I don't know that I'm ready to like dive right back in. Wonder if I should pull out my little book of questions real quick and ask you all a quick question. I think I will before we dive into another sprint. Let's see. Ooh. Hi, Mikey. What you doing? Yeah, you moving around? Okay. I can almost promise I'm going to have to take him out on the next sprint. I can just tell. He's getting a bit restless, so he's going to need to go out for a couple minutes, but that's okay. Ooh, interesting, Araya. God, I know this. I'm gonna fix it. Araya. I kind of do that too, because to me, they kind of intertwine for me. Like a line editing thing could express something about a character and therefore their arc, if that makes sense. Yeah, that actually does make sense. The fact that they're intertwined. I actually love the way that you phrase that. That makes total sense. It would be hard to edit them separately now that I think about it. Nicole says, I edit a lot when I'm writing, but I'm trying not to do it until I go to draft 2. Okay. Yeah, that's same. I constantly write, erase, and rewrite, and this is still my first draft. And like, I'm really trying to be better about not doing that. Because yeah, it's taking forever for me to get through this first draft working that way. Araya says, whispers to the wheel, Doom, please and thank you. Look, we'll see. We'll see what happens. No promises, but I have increased the odds. So the odds are higher than they've ever been. Nicole says, and I think so far I'm doing well. Nice. Yeah, I think it's kind of nice. Like, I have gone back and edited a little bit of like my chapter 1. I edited a little bit of chapter 3 the other day on Saoirse's stream. Like, I've edited a little bit here and there, and it does feel good, I will say, when you can go back and refine your thoughts a little bit. But that first read through is pretty wild. I'm not going to lie. Laura has a question. She asks, how do you pick what to work on? How fast and often do you switch projects? So this is my first project that I'm documenting here on YouTube. The last project I did, God, I don't even want to mention it, but I wrote like a, well, you guys won't judge me, but I like wrote and filmed like a whole like fan fiction story for TikTok. Anyways, we're gonna move past that, but I did that like a couple years ago and then took a break because it took me a long time to write, and then I filmed, edited, and posted a clip every day for like, I don't even know, it was a long time. It was at least over a year. But I don't switch to other projects. I am really big on, okay, for me, for my process, I'm very much a checklist oriented person, right? It's hard for me to multitask. I really feel that I work best if I pick one thing and really stick to it until it's complete. And it can definitely get, how do I put this? Like I know some people say they find it helpful to switch to another project, right? Because it's almost like reinvigorating for them to then return to their original. But for me, I know the way I work and my mind works. If I were to step away from this and move on to something else, I would probably never return, right? Like, I don't have the self-discipline, honestly, to be like, to leave it and then make myself come back like a year down the line and kind of dive back into the world. I feel like I need to finish it while I'm deep in the world like I am now, right? So I'll be pushing through on just this project. I do have a lot of book ideas in my brain dump doc, and one of which in particular I'm extremely passionate about, but I think I want to save that for like my 3rd or 4th book. Something way down the line, just because I know, just like basic common sense tells me that your first book is not going to be your best writing. It doesn't matter how good of a writer you are. Your first book's not going to be your best because you're still breaking into the practice of writing. So I want to get like a couple books under my belt before I do like my die hard, like lives in my heart, can't live without it story. So this is a story I really love, right? I love fantasy, but I also, this story is not reinventing the wheel. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be immersive. It's going to have romance. Like, it's got lots of great stuff in it. But this is more of like a really fun project for me, right? The one that kind of sits on the back burner, that's one where I did a whole lot of research. It'll be more of a historical fiction, and it's going to be like much darker, much more like gothic tones. So yeah, I wanted to start with something fun first. So that's why I'm doing this one, but I will stick with this until it's done. I do not anticipate switching between projects. You know, instead, I tend to compensate by doing other things like fixating on live streaming, like making all these different live streams. And now I have this other project that I'm doing that's not, it's not a book, but it's a creative project that I'm now trying to work on, that has a pretty steep learning curve. And so I fixate on other things like that, right, to refill my creative cup, if you will. But story-wise, I only stay with one. So, Araya has a question. I love that you guys are asking questions now. This is so, I feel like a real YouTube streamer now. Araya says, question, if you had the chance to restart your project all over again, what would you do differently? God, this is a good question. Araya, you're going to start giving Hannah a run for her money with questions, with being a good a good source of questions. I would probably... Okay, I don't know if this counts. Well, I guess it would. God, I don't know, to be honest. Like, I have to be honest with you, and I'm not trying to sound like full of myself. I'm pretty content with like how I've done things so far. I think my answer would almost be I would have maybe started live streaming sooner, if that counts as an answer, because it does hold me really accountable. I think I could even make that a more overarching answer and just say I would have scheduled in time for writing. Like, I would have made it a hard schedule, like a strictly scheduled practice, which now I have, you know, a minimum number of hours each week that are scheduled in and set aside purely for writing. You know what I mean? I probably would have done that a lot sooner. But as far as the storyline itself, I did a really in-depth outline. I made really in-depth character arcs and notes even about how they looked physically. I had a whole plot hole sheet. I had a brain dump sheet. I have a risk assessment sheet to double check timelines. I outlined for about 3 months before I put a single word on the paper. So as of now, where I'm at now, I wouldn't do anything differently. I'm sure once I get past the first draft, once I start going into my second draft and stuff, I will have a better answer. But as of now, I'm pretty content. The main thing I would change is like scheduling in time for writing, probably. God, this is really making me think. Is there something I'm not thinking of that I would have changed? You know, actually, on second thought, if I could do it all over again, I think I would maybe add, but I don't know if this would have played well or not. I would have had to have played around with it. I would have maybe added another POV. Because right now I have 2, and I would have maybe added one more, possibly from the villain's perspective. I have contemplated that. I do think so right now this book is outlined as a trilogy, and I do think in the second and third books there will be other POVs. But I probably would have added another one into this first one. I would have had a third POV if I could have thought of that ahead of time, or could have seen that coming ahead of time. Because I do feel like, well, I don't want to give too much away. There's a reason he doesn't have one in this book, but yeah, I think it would have added an interesting dimension to have had a third one, even if it wasn't from my villain's point of view. I just think there's a few people I can think of where it would have, made it more dimensional to have had a third POV. So yeah, maybe that's what I would have done. That was a really good question, Araya. Oh my God, you guys are coming in with hard-hitting questions. What the heck? Okay, Georgette, what are the themes of your current project? So I talk about this a lot when I talk to people like off stream. I try not to be too controversial, even though sometimes I can't help it if I get like in the heat of a conversation. But I do think there are a lot of political themes in my story, which I don't even know that I realized it until I had already outlined it, and went back through and was able to see it from like a much more like a 30,000 foot high perspective. You know, there are a lot of political themes. There's a lot of themes about censorship, also what everyday people have to go through just to survive in a world of the wealthy or the extremely wealthy, right? Like, so pay gaps in society. God, there's like themes of abandonment And there's a lot of different themes. I'm trying to like think of what I can say without giving too much away too. There's also themes. There's a really present theme of like choosing your own purpose in life and not conforming to what society tells you need to do or what you are best suited to naturally. So that's a big theme. There's also themes of, how do I put this? Like seeing yourself the way other people see you and trying to give yourself a little more credit maybe than you give yourself. Kind of harnessing that encouragement and using it productively and not being too self-defeating. Yeah, there's a lot of different themes. And even though I call it like a epic romantic fantasy, there are some really serious themes underneath it all. There are also themes of like, yeah, competition amongst peers and when it's healthy and when it's not, that sort of thing. Like, I don't know. There's a lot. I'm not going to lie. So hopefully that answered your question, Georgette. I feel like I should have those at the ready, but I need to come up with that stuff, like a concrete version of it for, I want to do like an Instagram post once I finish my first draft that'll have like an overview of the story, maybe some of the lore, some of the characters, some of the main themes, you know, how people use like they have the arrows coming out from their book cover, that sort of thing. So I do want to nail some of those down a little bit better in future. But I would say that there are a lot of different themes in this story. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, hopefully that gave you some sort of an answer. Yeah, I love fan fiction. Araya, you will never know. If I have my way, you will never see it. Love ya, but yeah, it was a COVID thing and I'm glad I did it, but yeah. I have since evolved, I would say. Araya says, and I also only stick to my own project. I let myself brainstorm a little if I get a new idea, but I only write and revise my one big project at a time. Yeah, I think that's, for me, like the way I work best too. I can't split my efforts between multiple books. One, got that, okay. Christina, hey, we all get our start as some sort of fan fiction, in my opinion. Yeah, I hear that that's a very common lore drop for writers, right? That they used to write fan fiction, even when you don't realize it. Like if you write something original, but it's like a ripoff of your fave novel, basically. Yeah, true. Nicole says, yeah, I shall also thank you for the words of encouragement, Christina, the kind words. That helps with some of the embarrassment I feel around, and I shouldn't be embarrassed about it. I really enjoyed that time. And I learned a lot during that time, but yeah, looking back on it now, it is a little cringe, but it's all part of the same, all part of my story. So Nicole says, yeah, I shelf a book and so far I'm not going back to it. Yeah. See, that scares me. But some people, it works really well for them. So you should do whatever works best for you, I mean, in terms of your very first shot at writing, of course. Oh, for fan fiction. Yeah. Oop, me perking up at something much darker. I think this is, the other story idea. Yeah, the more gothic. Yeah. That one, yeah, it's going to be a lot darker. It's going to be historical fiction. It's going to be very it's going to have a fantasy twist to it, right? A fantastical twist, but it's going to explore a lot more real world, like down to earth stories and themes. I'm really excited for that one. Georgette, are those in the bottom right buttons for dogs to speak? LOL. Sorry if they're not. No, they are not. I believe when I pulled them off Pinterest, they're technically like arcade buttons for some sort of arcade game. That is not how they actually play into my story, but I have a vessel, if you will, that has large buttons like that, kind of chunkier. Like a lot of my technology and machinery and stuff in this world is more like steampunk-esque. So there's a lot of like chunkier pieces to it. And so one of my vessels has big buttons along the back of it, and they each, you know, control different aspects of its direction and different things. And so that's why I have them there, to remember to clarify like what each button does, which I have in here. And that took a long time to kind of sort that out and make sure that it all aligns and makes sense, because it's something the characters are going to regularly interact with. And I want to make sure, like, for example, if I say, you know, the second button from the left controls this, I want to make sure that if they then touch second button in from the left later, it's still controlling that same thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be making mistakes like that where I'm mixing stuff like that up. So yeah, I have them there just to keep them top of mind. And also, no need to be sorry. You can always ask about my collage. Some of it is on the nose and some of it's not so much, right? Like the buttons. So no problem. Araya says, I would have had a plot in mind as well as my story elements, because I 100% discovery wrote my first draft. Also would have been more consistent with my drafting. That's a good answer. Discovery wrote. Yeah, a lot of people that discovery write, I think, do switch to becoming more plot centered, or plot, how do I put, like architect centered, going forward, where they have like a pretty constructed outline. But some people hate that, you know, so it's whatever works best for you. But I definitely thrive with an outline, and more consistent with my drafting. Yeah, I think scheduling set times has been huge for me. So familial relationships, finding one's identity, personal struggles, and personal triumph, all kind of smashed into 22 action-packed hunts. Ooh, that's a vibe. Love that. Personal struggles, personal triumph. Yeah, that's great. Thank you for sharing, Araya. Christina says, ooh, yes. Eating these themes up, love. Giving yourself more credit is similar to my MC's kind of like lesson that she needs to learn in my project too. Yeah, here it's more of it applies to a couple characters in different ways. Yeah, it's my FMC, but I would say my MMC has a little bit of it too. He's got a lot of self-loathing, which he's got to work through. So yeah. Georgia, I love steampunk. Me too. I love, like, I don't know if this technically counts, but like, did anyone see Spy Kids growing up? Like the original Spy Kids. Like, I loved all the gadgets that their uncle would make for them because they were so chunky, right? They were effective. But if you look back at them now, you know, we have phones that are, I mean, this isn't a chunky case and it's still, look how thin that is. You know what I mean? And his stuff was so chunky, but it was so cool and so much more fun and really like whimsical, you know? So I kind of like that type of vibe. And that's more what my characters have in this world. Christina, love a character that self-loathes. That's my next project. Can't wait to get to him. Yeah, yeah. And he's got self-loathing. Like, I love when they self-loathe for a reason. Like, they genuinely have something that made them that way. It's not like they just do it for the sake of being brutish and handsome. Like, he actually has a backstory that made him view himself that way. And we will learn that in the books. So I don't know if I'm going to put it in this first one. As of now, I don't have it in the first one, but I do have a spot for it if I, upon reading it back, decide it should go in the first one. So as of now, it's not in here, but we will learn why he is the way he is. Georgette says, I loved the microwave that makes food from flat bars. Yeah, that was the best when they had it. Almost was like popcorn bags, but they were like wrapped in silver, and they would put them in flat, and then it would like spark, and then all of a sudden they'd have a whole like McDonald's meal. That was the coolest thing. Oh my god, I swear I should recreate that for a short, actually. And like when I talk about themes in my writing down the line, I should like mention the steampunk, like the design of gadgets, and I should use that scene and recreate it because it was so cool. From Spy Kids, yeah. Yes, my MC did an oopsie. He's got reasons. Yeah, that is the best when it's not just being dark for the sake of being dark. I love that. For sure. All right, well, I was going to ask you guys a question, but I'm not going to lie. Like, I feel like we've been yapping, so I think it might be time for another sprint. I don't know how you all feel about that, but if you're cool with it, I'm down to jump back in. I'm at like a very pivotal point. God, I so badly wish I could like gush to you guys openly about what is happening at this point in the story, actually, because it's definitely going to be a point where when people are reading, there's going to be some people that as it's happening, and it happens very quickly, right? It's only maybe a paragraph long, but like I know there are going to be some people that during that paragraph, they're going to read it and go, oh crap, this better not be what I think it is. You know what I mean? Like they're going to be like, oh, this better not be like, you know, this better not be that person. And it's that person. And they're gonna just be so mad. This is gonna be the thing that makes some people throw the book at a wall or something. You know what I mean? Hopefully they'll still keep reading past it, but yeah, this is gonna piss some people off for a hot minute. But it's for the plot. It's for the plot, guys. Yeah, ready to get into a sprint for sure. 30. No worries, I got that, Araya. I mean, I can try. I'm gonna always try. Yeah, you know, we'll just spin it and see. We'll see what happens, right? There we go. I feel like that was a pretty good gush, right? It's gonna make people want to chuck the book at a wall. Yeah. Ooh, love. Make your readers mad, but like love it. They're gonna love it because I think you'll know after it happens, you'll know like, okay, this is for the plot. Like once you calm down, you'll be like, okay, Evelyn is not going to leave this way, right? Like Evelyn's gotta fix this, right? And you'll keep reading to see how it maybe or maybe doesn't get fixed. But I think it'll be a vibe. So, all right. Let's get over to the wheel. You all have 5 seconds on the clock if you want to log your guesses. And then we will go ahead and spin. So I'm going to go ahead and count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All right. Cool. We got a whole array. I always love when people guess and people don't duplicate. I think that's really cool. It's just an interesting thing to see, you know? All right, here we go. $45. All right. I guess this is a 45 kind of night. I don't know what it is about that tonight, but we'll take it. We'll take it. Is this still set to 45? Yep. I don't even need to reboot the timer. Georgette got it. We have a winner. Ladies and gents. Let's see. Georgette won. I love this. And I didn't even cheat. Yep. Nope. You got it the honest way. Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Okay. Now, Georgette, you got to go for a double streak here, like Ian's gotten before, where he guesses it right twice in a row. Now, he does claim to have a DeLorean, so he's at an advantage, but I think you might be able to catch him. And guess the next one correctly too. All right, here we go. I have 45 minutes on the clock. I wish you all the best of luck. I also may run Mike out really quickly on this sprint. So if you see me disappear for 2 seconds, that's all it is. It'll be very quick, and then I'll be back. But that being said, I have 45 minutes on the clock, and I will see you all on the other side. Here we go. Okay, how did that sprint go for everyone? I got, it's actually kind of hard to tell how many I got because I just kind of added to the same bit that I had written before. I was kind of like revising actually, which I really should not be doing. I should be moving forward, but I just couldn't help it. I know it's like a pivotal moment in the story. Yeah, people are going to get angry at this one. Okay, I think this can go actually. Cool. I need to stop and focus. Yeah, I need to revise this little bit here. And then I will have tackled a pretty big issue that needed tackling. So let me bop back over to the chat here real quick. Okay, I know Nicole had to leave during that sprint, so bye, Nicole. Thank you for being here. Definitely appreciate your time. Let's see. Georgette said, gosh, I'm stuck with my outline already. I need a brainstorming video call. Anyone? Oh, hopefully you got someone, Georgette. Hopefully someone hopped into the Discord with you or something like that. Let's see. Georgette says, oh no, I went down a music video reaction spiral and now my homepage is filled with other reactions instead of writing related videos. That is the worst when it messes up, when you look at something that's like different from the norm and then it messes up your entire kind of like YouTube algorithm. That's a bummer. Christina says, a key fell off on my laptop. It's just the up key, but I'm annoyed now. I feel that. Can you replace that on a laptop? How hard is that to replace? I don't know. Because I know on like chunkier keyboards it's easier, but laptop keyboards are pretty thin. Hopefully you'll be okay. But Christina also says, wrote 102 words. I'm describing something, so of course I'm struggling. Same. I feel like I'm struggling a little bit because it's not so much dialogue, which I feel like I've gotten much better with dialogue, and now this is, I'm having to switch gears a little bit, you know? So I feel that. Yeah. Let's see. I don't even know. It's never happened to me before. Yeah, that's never happened to me before either. I'm not going to lie. Like, I'm curious to know how it turns out. I'm sure you can. I can't imagine that it's like impossible. It just might be a bit trickier to actually pop it back on. Yeah, I'm like deep in this. I'm not going to lie. A lot of this is actually okay. This first part, I think, is okay. I just need to cut these last few sentences, I think. But anyways, okay, I'm going to look at that later. Sorry, I am like very much like locked in, I guess you could say, now. I'm going to mark that as that's what I need to look at when I return, and then I can pick up from here. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Do we want to do a question from my handy dandy little book before we jump back into another sprint? Let's see. Christina says, I just popped it semi in, so it's a little wobbly, but I scroll through my words with it a lot. Oh, bummer. I was just thinking, as I was reading this, I was thinking, well, maybe she doesn't use it a lot. And then, but I scroll through my words with it a lot, apparently. Well, hopefully. Yeah, I got nothing. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be optimistic, but that's a bummer. I'm not going to lie. That's a bummer, Christina. Maybe if you take it in somewhere, they could fix it. Like if you take it into a Best Buy or something. Or like, what's that place that's like Geek Squad? maybe they could fix it. Because if it's just wobbly, I feel like someone should be able to fix that for you. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you, Christina. Georgette says, questions, yay. Okay, yeah. This is an easy one. I'm going to lob y'all like a softball, a real easy one. Would you rather go hiking or watch TV? I mean, I definitely feel like for myself, it would depend on the day outside, like the weather and stuff, you know? Because with the weather we've been having lately, I would absolutely watch TV. But if it was like a nice fall day or something and the hiking trail was safe, like if I knew it was going to be safe, I would probably hike. So, yeah, it would depend. I would also want someone to go with me if I was hiking. I would not want to do that by myself ever. So, yeah, that would kind of depend too. No worries, shit happens. That's true. That's a good perspective to have, Christina. Georgia says, it definitely depends. Yeah, that's the way I feel too. I think like the weather would play a big factor, and also where you're hiking, the safety of it. Are you alone or are you with someone? All those kinds of things. Christina says, watch TV. Fair. I was literally sitting there earlier when I took Mike out and I was like, later tonight, we are watching a movie, because I have not sat on my couch in like, God knows, at least a couple weeks. It's been a long time, because I feel like I'm mostly just at my computer nowadays. Like I just go between my computer and my bed, you know, when I'm home. So I was like, we are sitting and watching something. I may honestly rewatch Happy Gilmore too. I don't know if anyone has seen that since it came out, but I just love Adam Sandler movies. They're so funny, but also have good, you know, good storylines and good morals underneath it all. Like, I just really like his stuff. So we may rewatch that, honestly, because it's quite a vibe. I can lob y'all another question, because actually that was a pretty quick one. And then we'll go into a sprint. Some of these are kind of deep. That's why I'm like trying to find like, you know, light ones that you don't have to type a novel to respond to. Oh, this is a good one. Now, I'm not going to hold y'all to this after today, okay? I'm not going to hold you all to your answers. But what movie could you watch again and again and again? Like, if you had to, what movie? Like, it's almost like if you could only watch one movie for the rest of your life, what would it be? I think that's probably a better way of phrasing it, to be honest. Ooh. Shrek. That's a good one. I'm doing Shrek for my Writers Coven theme. Did you see that, Georgette? I don't know if you saw that or not. But yeah, I'm doing Shrek as my theme. It's going to be awesome. I'm so excited. Ooh, hold on. Let me think. Yeah, take your time, Christina. Take your time. I'm trying to like kill a little time before we do a sprint, because I'm just not quite ready to jump right back into one at the moment. But we'll jump into one pretty soon. Let's see. Oh, I didn't see. So cool. Yep. I figured it was a good safe bet, because I was like, who doesn't like Shrek, right? I wanted to do something that wasn't too controversial, you know, because we've got different people in the Discord, right? Like, we've got a lot of different people, and I wanted to do something really that everyone could enjoy, you know? So yeah, I'm definitely doing Shrek, which I actually need to rewatch as research, but I kind of want to wait and watch it closer to the Writers Coven weekend, just so it's like fresh in my mind. But I may actually, and I will say, I think this weekend I'm going to go thrifting, and I'm going to try to see if I can find stuff for a costume. I am anticipating having to like sew a bit, you know, manipulate something. I'm sure I won't find a perfect costume, but like ready to go. But I think I'll be able to find some good stuff that I can make work. Laura says, I have a feeling I'll need to get halfway through this book before I get to the first kiss. I thought you said, oh, isn't there first kiss? I thought you said the first kiss was in the first chapter, no? Maybe I'm thinking of a different book, Laura. Or are you thinking of changing it where like they don't kiss in the first chapter, they kiss halfway through? I'm curious. Georgette says also perhaps Twilight because it's too funny. Yeah. The way Twilight had a chokehold on some of us when we were younger. I was never like a huge Twilight girly. My sister was. I personally did not find Edward or Jacob very attractive. I talked to Taylor about this, but I thought the people in the Volturi were more attractive. And like I thought they were cooler. So until that point, it didn't really hit me. And nowadays when I watch it, it's just, yeah, it is funny. It's so overdramatic, you know? I have so many faves. I can't decide. Yeah. It's hard. That's why I was like, I'm not going to hold you, you know, to what you say today, right? Like we'll just take it as for today. This is the movie you think you could watch forever. What about me? I don't know. I mean, one of my favorite movies of all time is Matilda. And I do feel like to some degree, I could probably watch that if I had to. But then again, there's another part of me that wants to pick a movie like, well, you know what? I will say Lord of the Rings is pretty solid. Like if it was the extended edition of, God, and it would probably have to be the first one. Yeah. Maybe the first Lord of the Rings, because it's a good length and it's got really good like background music. It's got good like chill vibes, but also, you know, more actiony scenes. I think that might have to be my answer, at least at this point in time. But it would have to be an extended edition version. The book I'm reading, not writing. Okay, that explains it. I was like, wait a minute, Laura. Yeah. What book are you reading, Laura? If you care to share. But if it's, you know, if you don't want to share, you don't have to. But I'm curious. Christina says Blade, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Mummy, Lord of the Rings. That's kind of what I thought. Inside Man. Those are my top few. You know, a really good movie that I just thought of, actually, and I'm not done with your answer, Christina. I'm going to come back to it. But there is a movie called Johnny English. Has anyone seen this movie? It's fairly niche, I feel like. But I used to be, as a kid, my sister and I were like obsessed with that movie. And we would watch it over and over and over again. And it's just a really funny, like goofy spy movie. I feel like maybe I could watch that. I don't know. There's definitely some contenders. But I do love, I've never seen Blade, which is a shame. I really need to watch it. Pirates of the Caribbean is a good answer, I will say. Although I have a bit of a complicated relationship now with Johnny Depp. I'm not going to lie. Like, I used to love him, and now he's a bit of a tricky subject for me. I have a little trouble separating art from artist, unfortunately. The Mummy's good. I haven't watched The Mummy in a long time. The Mummy also, the female character in that, I think her name is Evelyn. She lightly serves as a source of inspo. Somewhat, right? More in the way she dresses and stuff, but for one of my characters, I won't say who, but yeah, Lord of the Rings is great. I feel like that's a given, right? And then Inside Man, I haven't seen that. I'll have to see that at some point. That sounds like a spy movie, Inside Man. Maybe it's not, but it's kind of what it sounds like. The most attractive vampire in Twilight is definitely Mr. Cullen Daddy. Yeah. I need to rewatch it, honestly, as an adult and like debate, you know, because a lot of people say that. Yeah, I could see that. I didn't feel that anyone in Twilight was especially like, I don't know, my cup of joe, I guess I could say. So it just really missed with me, but I appreciate that it spurred a whole like cultural movement, you know. Let's see. King of Immortal Tithe. Ooh, that's cool, by Ben Alderson. Gay, Hades, and Persephone. Ooh, that's really cool. That's awesome. I've started reading. I haven't finished, but I started reading and then had to send it back in Libby. God, I don't know if I even want to admit to reading this, but let's see if it came up. I actually had a bunch of books come up as available recently, but it's a Hades Persephone thing. It's got to be towards the top here, so I'm going to try to find it real quick. Neon Gods, which is pretty good. But it's very NSFW, but it's good. I've seen Johnny. Oh, nice. Okay, I'm glad I'm not alone because I never hear people talk about it. But yeah, the one with Mr. Beans. But yeah, it's so good. It's so stupid, but good. I've heard of it, but never watched it. I'm weirdly not into comedy movies. Okay. Yeah, this may not be your vibe, Christina, if you're not into comedy, because it is very goofy. I mean, it's very on the nose, like kind of teenage boy humor, you know, but I watched it at like the perfect age for that, and it was just so funny to me. And now it's more of like, it's more funny in a sentimental way for me, you know? Please watch Inside Man with Denzel Washington. It's the most amazing thriller heist-ish movie. You know, now I'm wondering, maybe I did watch this. Wait, I retract the heist thing. It's just crime. Okay. Because I love a good heist movie, but I guess it's not. Let me I'm going to pull up the cover because I'm curious if maybe I did watch this. Oh, is it a series or is it a movie? It looks like they have a series too. Oh, Inside Man. It says it centers on an elaborate bank heist turned hostage situation. Let's see. The movie with Clive Owen. Is he in this? Yeah. Okay. Okay, and it came out in 2006, thriller crime, but it said it centered around a heist, which I love heist movies. It's like one of my favorite things. Okay, I'm going to add it to my to be watched list as we speak. Let's see. I've got quite a list going here, let me just say. And I'm going to put 2006 movie just so I don't get confused because, like I said, there's a series out there too, it looks like, somewhere. Okay. Marked it down. Wait, I retract my retraction. I just thought it was a bank robbery. I didn't want to give you the wrong perception if it wasn't. Oh, that's okay. Enough heistiness. That's okay. That's okay. No, it looks good. And I do love Denzel Washington. I do like William Dafoe too. So it's got a cool lineup. I will definitely check it out. Oh, sorry guys. I should not be on it. I'm just telling y'all, I don't think I can handle 3 live streams back to back to back again in future. I'm not gonna lie. Like this is hard for me right now. Not because I don't love you guys. I've been looking at a computer screen for so many hours this week. It's wild. Like it's trippy. Let's see. We definitely need to do a couple more sprints. I don't know if this is going to be like a midnight stream though. I'm really struggling. I'm struggle busting hard. Let me see. Oh, Mike, you're hot. You're hot in your blankie. Yeah. Yeah, I love how Christina's like, I figured you'd be okay with that, Christina. You seem to be pretty, you're like on my same timeline. So I know usually if I'm tired, you're probably tired because we're both, yeah, in the same time zone. But yeah, I can feel myself fading, and I can tell I'm not as like animated as I normally am too. But all right, let's do this. Let's go into another sprint because I am at a good spot in my story, and I know a lot of you are actually making really good progress tonight. Not that you don't normally, but a lot of you are very much like cranking tonight. So I feel like let's try to get at least a couple more sprints in, at least one or two, and then we'll maybe wrap up closer to like 10 o'clock or so, depending on how we're feeling. Does that sound good to everyone? And for the record, just if you're in a different time zone, it's 9:13 for me here now. So, another, what is that, 47 minutes at least? Who knows? Maybe I'll magically find words to describe this setting. Ugh. Yeah. I think in one of Alyssa in the Books vlogs, she was saying like that she hates doing the setting too. So I get that. I empathize. I try to sprinkle it in, but honestly, I will be curious to know when I give this to beta readers down the line. I will be really curious to know if the setting even comes across at all. Because I feel like I'm giving enough, but I may not be. So anyways, okay. Let's go ahead and get over to the wheel. Let's give her a spin and see what we're in for. I'm going to give you guys 5 seconds if anyone wants to go ahead and log their guesses. And then we'll go for a spin. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, Christina at least hit me with a guess. I swear, if we hit Wheel of Doom, my entire world is going to like crumble around me. I mean, not really, but it'll be brutal. All right, here we go. Okay, 30. Cute. We may be able to fit 2 more in, honestly, because 30 is not that bad. I thought we were going to get a higher one since we've been living in the higher numbers. Let's see. And you were close, Christina. You had 35. Okay. All right. And you know what? I think I'm going to mess with this thing too, because this is bugging me. It really irritates me that the timer isn't technically centered. I'm not going to lie. So I'm going to drag this back in to at least be like the same width as my video here. And then okay, much better. I'm going to do that with the timer as well. Okay, cool. All right, that being said, we have 30 minutes on the clock. I wish you all the best of luck, and I will check back in with you in 30 minutes. Here we go. Okay. I'm going to be totally honest with you all. I don't know how long ago that sprint ended. I totally lost track of the timer. I was deep into my story. I am so sorry. That has never happened to me before. But I was deep in it. Anyways, how did that sprint go for everyone? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I really got lost. So I hope I didn't let it go too long. Hello, Peyton. Happy to have you here. Oh, good. Phew. I'm glad you guys are chill about it, because I feel like that's very unprofessional of me. But yeah, I was deep in my scene. OMG, I wrote 337 words, which is wild for me. Congratulations, Christina. That's awesome. That's great. I feel like, not gonna lie, now that I have my glasses on, I feel like I have a second wind. I don't know if any of you wear contacts, but like when your contacts get dry, it just makes you feel so sleepy, even when you're not, you know? And now that I have my glasses, I mean, before this, I was like, maybe we'll do one more sprint after this. But like, I'm feeling pretty good now that I've got my glasses on. I feel like I'm equipped for writing. You know what I mean? Christina says, and I don't think it went on that long. I saw the timer at 1 minute and then not too long after the music came up. Okay, good. I feel like usually I have a pretty good like eye for it. I usually can catch it out of like, you know, my peripheral vision. Like I wasn't even looking for it when I caught it, but I just knew like something was missing, you know? So I was like, oh, the timer, you know? So I try to catch it as close as I can to when it goes off. But yeah, that definitely caught me by surprise. Peyton says, I showed up randomly in the middle, so I spent most of the time reading through what I wrote last time, but just started writing and got 72 words to start with. Nice. That's a really solid starting point, Peyton. I feel like that's a great place to start. Okay. Let's see. I am down for a quick break if we want to do like one question from the book, you know? But I think maybe just one question and then we go right back into a sprint, because I don't know how you guys are feeling, but I am locked in. I am ready to keep going, you know? I mean, I feel like I really needed to iterate on this scene like over and over to get it to a place where I was happy. And I feel like I'm finally reaching that point. Now I'm at a point where I have to transition them to a different area, and I am going to have to get a little creative. I think there's going to be a little bit of a time jump, you know, where like a few hours have to pass. So I'm going to have to think about how I want to do that or phrase that. But otherwise, I feel pretty good. And this is the point I was hoping to get to, because in this chapter, I'm in my chapter 12, which I can almost guarantee you is going to turn into like multiple chapters because there's just so much going on. But I'm now at a point where stuff is really about to go down. We're about to hit a big midpoint kind of event, which actually, now that I think about it, I may not have to write that transition. Yeah, okay. I didn't write this in my notes at the bottom of the chapter. That's why I didn't have it top of mind. But I don't need to write that transition just yet. I have one more big event that's going to happen, and then I get to write the transition. But that's okay. I feel like I'm so excited for this point. It's going to be a huge, like, it's where they're at this academy and they've just received news of something that happened, and all the trainees, they're called Ravina, but they're all going to get be notified of the news that their captain just received, and it's going to be a big deal. It's going to change everything, right? Flip everything on its head. So I'm very excited for that announcement, and then to show kind of like the fallout after the fact. Okay, anyways, Christina says, did we just catch a second wind? I love this. I think for me, I got to a part in the story where I'm describing this different type of vamp and I just got so invested. You know what, Christina? I think we did. I think us East Coasters were aligned and we just, something passed through our time zone and we now both magically have second winds. It just makes sense. Peyton says, I hate writing transitions, I swear. Dude, they are the bane of my existence. I hate them so much. With a passion. But I will say this, I would hate it much more if I didn't write one and just like just hoped that the reader could figure out that there was a jump, you know what I mean? So like, as much as it sucks, I'm gonna figure out a way to do it. And hopefully I can do it in literally like a sentence or two and just be like a few hours later, you know, or as the sun set. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll have to play around with it a little bit. But yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm glad to know I have company. I'm not hating on it alone. Christina says, okay, just a taste of how this scene starts. The archivists hoard their tombs and secrets above ground. I love that. Hoard their tombs and secrets above ground. That's cool. I dig that. Christina, I'm loving it. Loving it. Christina says, LOL at Peyton reads same so much. So I'm just writing by scene, not even trying to end them in a way where there's a smooth transition at all. See, that's ideal, right? If you don't have to show too much of a transition. I've only had to do it a couple other times so far, but like, yeah, I try to avoid it when I can. Christina says, ooh, that does sound interesting. Love a news break. Yeah. Yeah. And they haven't had one yet, you know, and here it's, you know, because of the way I have it set up as far as like technology and everything, it's like a messenger delivers a letter and then the captain steps back to, you know, read the letter and then the troops go off. They do this training exercise. And then when they all come back, they're like celebrating because anyways, they're celebrating. And then the captain's going to come over and be like, I hate to break up the excitement, but I have some news to share, you know, and he's also going to have company with him when he comes back out to the Expanse. He won't be alone, and that's going to make the news even more serious. Well, as of now, I have him coming out with these people, but actually, let me see. Yeah, I had him coming out with the headmaster, but I actually may not have him do that, to be honest. I may have him just come himself because I think it'd be more impactful to save them for the next scene. But anyways, I don't know why I'm word vomiting so much with you guys. I'm telling you, I have a second wind. That's what's happening. Peyton says, at Christina, I cut scenes off awkwardly too. LOL. It can be so hard to tie two scenes together. Yeah. 100%. I also feel like that's something that like, see, that's the kind of thing where if I had to leave that for a second draft, I could, you know, I think that's good, like second draft stuff, but I'm still going to put something in so that I at least know I'm trying to do a transition. I try not to use brackets as much as humanly possible. I just use them in this chapter for a race because I need to dig out my map. So I jumped forward past this race, but other than that, I really try not to use them much. I'm going to have to go through my notes here in a minute too and shave that down a bit. But Christina says, LMAO, something passed through. Yeah, that's what I think. Like some sort of magical, you know, ripple in the, I don't know, motivation channel. Like just passed through and gave us a second wind. Uh-oh, but also nice. Yeah, I'm really excited. And honestly, like, I was saying earlier, but I just got to write a little scene that's going to make people want to chuck their book at the wall. So that's always kind of motivating too. When you pull it off and you're like, well, I think I pulled it off well. And you're like, oh, people are going to hate this, but they're going to love to hate it. You know, it's such a good feeling. I'm getting really excited. I feel like a lot of what I've done up to this point has been like the build up, right? Which makes sense. you kind of need to have that build up. You need to have the world building and the character development and everything. But I feel like now I'm finally hitting a point where an avalanche is about to slowly start accruing. And this is the stuff I feel when you say like, oh, I want to write a book. Like now I'm getting to the stuff that you really enjoy writing, right? The stuff that's like really juicy, you know, much more intriguing. There's lots of like, there are little threads kind of coming together, little hints dropping, Easter eggs that are like much more obvious, you know. It's going to be, I'm so excited. Anyways, I'm going to like way overhype this. And then when it comes out, it's going to be like that. Well, I should not compare it to that, but I was going to say it's going to be like that chick from TikTok who people read like the first couple pages and they were like, this is unreadable. Oh, Christina says, I'm excited for you too. Yeah, it's so cool to like have this second wind and be cranking along for sure. So, all right, let me ask you guys, I'll just ask you like one question from the book and then we'll spin the wheel and keep it going. We want to hold on. We want to ride this wind. You know, we want to fly on the seat. Oh, okay, I can't talk. Anyways, you know what I'm saying, Christina. We want to hang with that wind while we can. Let's see. I'm going to have to look at this for like 2 seconds. Oh, this is interesting. Well, I can't ask you guys this on stream. It would get people in trouble, probably. Don't want that being brought back up if anyone ever finds themselves in a legal predicament. You know what I'm saying? Fly. I think I was like starting to say by the seat of my pants and then just totally lost my train of thought. It was like, I don't know if any of you watch The Office, but you know when Michael in The Office is like, he has that scene and he goes, you know, sometimes I just start a sentence thinking that I'll find the rest of it along the way. I don't know where it's going, but I hope that I'll find it, you know? That was one of those moments where I was like, okay, I feel like I've got something here, and then I couldn't quite land the plane, you know? I'll tell you what it was. I just don't, you know, you guys can't answer, but it was, well, you can, but I would advise you not to. Would you commit perjury for a close friend? Yeah, that was the question. And I just don't want to risk, you know, if anyone did find themselves, you know, it's crazy. I feel like look, I watch a lot of Law and Order. I'm currently rewatching Law and Order SVU. And I just feel like I'm not trying to set anyone up, you know, to shoot themselves in the foot in future. So not that I anticipate any of you ending up in court for anything. This has really, why do my streams always have like certain moments where it just veers off into chaos? I don't know why, but anyways, maybe we'll skip. Let me go to a different chapter. These are like somewhat subdivided by subjects. I was actually hoping there was one about hobbies. I think there is. Let's see. We've got the latest scoop, childhood and school, family and friends, fun and sport, habits. This next chapter I'm not going to say. Outlook, politics and spirituality and work. Let's try Outlook. How about that? That sounds fun. Jeez, this is, some of these are really deep. I don't know if we're at that kind of place tonight. Okay, here's a good one. Here's a good light one. Would you rather live in Los Angeles or New York City? Some of these are good. Maybe it was just the first page that was really deep, because some of these are really good. Yeah, some of these are pretty interesting. All right, I may have to, God, I hate to dog ear this book, but I might have to. Because That's a pretty good section. All right, let's see. All I'm saying is I have a strong sense of justice. Yay, the tism. And I'm very loyal to my friends. Yeah, hey. I'm just talking about my personality here. That's all. Fair enough. Fair enough. I won't comment, but I relate with Christina. But technically, we are saying nothing. Exactly. Exactly. We got to say allegedly before everything. Allegedly. You know, allegedly I would. Exactly. We're not saying anything at all. Oh, that's so easy for me. NYC. I think NYC because I like the East Coast and I prefer the cold. Yeah, same. I would totally prefer NYC. I have actually heard there was like a choreographer that I used to train under and she was very successful, but she used to say that LA is where people go. Yeah. LA is where people go to be famous. NYC is where people go to be artists. And that has like always stuck with me. And I feel like it's very accurate. You know what I mean? I was born there and all my family are there. Are you talking about NYC or? Okay, I think you're talking about NYC. But yeah, thanks, Peyton. Yeah, me too. That has really stuck with me. She said that to me years ago. And I feel like it does really track. Like NYC is a much more serious like place, I think. Like it's not like you can't have fun, but yeah, I think it's a bit more serious. Yeah. And I like the East Coast hustle. I'm kind of with, I think Peyton said this. Yeah, I like the East Coast and I prefer the cold too. I'm with you. I'm not a big beach person. Like I don't care for sand on me in any way, shape, or form. I love the water, but I hate sand. And honestly, I am white as like Casper the Ghost. And so anytime that I'm outside, I get sunburned. I mean, my left arm, no joke, my left arm is more sunburned than my right, just from when I drive my car, having this arm closer to the window. Like that's how bad it is. So I think I would like shrivel up and die if I was in LA. But NYC, I could hang, you know? NYC, they wear a lot of black, a lot of puffer jackets. You know, that's more my vibe. That's more my vibe. Yeah, no, you're good, Christina. Nobody will track that. Yeah, that's not doxing myself. It's a huge, complicated place. Totally, totally. I'm so pale, people call me a vampire. The sun is not for me. Same. Where did I go? Okay, I went to like a little pool party thing that my friend had. And no joke, when I left there, I had gotten sunburned and I had gotten eaten by so many bugs that I was like, that's it. I'm not going outside anymore for the rest of the summer. And I stuck to that for like 2 weeks. I mean, I did go outside to like go run errands, you know, normal stuff. But I was like, I'm not doing anything social outside at all. Like I went to a friend's house the next weekend and they were like, let's do a bonfire outside. And I was like, you know what? You knock yourselves out. You could go outside. I'm going to chill inside. I just don't have it in me in the summer. Christina says, as a Caribbean, I love the beach and just have a complicated relationship with the heat. It's like, I like it, but not all the time. Fair. And I love water. Like I love boardwalks by water, you know, love that. But anything with sand, I just really don't like it. I don't get how anyone likes it, quite frankly. And when people lay in the sand with no towel under them, like on social media, they just lay in the sand. And this is no offense because I'm sure some of you do it too, but it literally like sends shivers up my spine because I'm like, how are you even going to get all that off? You know, I guess you could just go in the water, but oh no, we have a conflicting. Hold on. Scarlett says, I love the beach and sand, but maybe I'm a weirdo. You're not. I'm the weirdo for not liking sand. I guarantee you the beaches are packed. They are packed. So you're not alone, Scarlett. I'm glad to have, I love debating stuff like this. So I'm glad to have differing opinions. But yeah, I just don't like the sand. It just sticks to everything. Right? Fuck the sand. But the water, the ocean, I love to swim in it. Yes. And I would love, like, I love being on boats. I love walking by the water. but no sand. And I actually won't go in the water. You know how people go in the water to like jump waves and stuff? I don't do that either because that scares me. I got sucked into a riptide when I was like a teenager with my 2 little brothers. And ever since then, I don't go in the water. It really was a scary, like life shifting, you know, perspective shifting experience. It was terrifying. Peyton says, I will say I love the beach, but if it's boiling hot, I struggle to enjoy it. I like to read by the ocean with a perfect breeze. This reminds me of a story. If you all want a little quick story time. But I went to the beach. I go every year to the beach, by the way. As someone who hates the beach, I still go to the beach and camp every year. But one year I invited my friends to come because I normally go just with my mom, right? And like our family. But I invited my friends to come and we went and sat out on the beach, and I sat out there kind of for them, right? Like I hate sitting on the beach, but I did it for them. I covered myself in sunscreen. I thought, I am so good. I am equipped. I came ready. I had an umbrella, everything. So the umbrella covered all of me except for like my lower, I guess it was like from my kneecaps down, right? So not quite my calves down. It included my knees too, right? So like the bottoms of my thighs. But anyways, I would say the bottom, like, you know, 60% of my legs. When I tell you I got sun poisoning, it was so bad. And that for me, again, was another instance where I was like, that's it. I can like come to the beach, but I'm not sitting on the beach anymore. Like, it's not fun to literally get burnt so badly that you're like sick, you know. It is the worst feeling. By the way, I don't know why this turned into like a hating on the beach thing. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why we got on this tangent, but I genuinely don't even remember. Oh, we were talking about NYC versus LA. Scarlett says, I like the texture and the warmth of the sand. It's like an outdoor blanket in a way. I will say there's an argument to be made that I have heard it's actually really good for your feet. Like, as far as exfoliating, like a really healthy exfoliator for your feet. I have heard that. So in regard to like the texture and stuff, there's something to be said for that. Christina says, oh no. This isn't in regard to the riptide thing. Yeah, it was terrifying. When the waves throw you around, it really is scary. I get nervous to swim in the ocean after that happened to me too. Okay. I'm glad I'm not alone in that. Cause yeah, I think some people think it's like dramatic, but I'm not kidding. When you feel like you have no control or direction in a place like the ocean where you can't see what's happening, like, that's terrifying. That's horrifying. And I had my brothers, and they were little because we have a big age gap between me and my little brothers. And like I had them each in one hand. And that made it even more terrifying because they got pulled away from me and I like had to blindly reach for them. And one of my brothers had a scar for the longest time on the bottom of his calf from me like literally scratching because I had longer nails and I was like scratching, reaching for anything, like any piece of them I could grab onto, you know? But yeah, that was terrifying. It was like, that was a point where I was like, you know what? As fun as it is being in the water, like it's just not worth it. It's not worth my life or their lives or anything. Christina says, yeah, I'm brown. I just tan. LOL. I'm so sorry. Y'all get poisoned for real, for real. Yeah, it's like genuinely terrible. It's actually really bad. And I just found out this was a thing a few years ago. Yeah, it's horrible. Anyways, on a lighter note, because I feel like we should switch to a more upbeat topic. I don't know how we got on such a like tangent, but I love it. Are we ready to spin the wheel? Also, Peyton and Scarlett, I did make the Wheel of Doom section just a hair bigger for today's stream. It's not that big, but it's equal to the 1 hour slot now. So just saying there is a little bit more of a chance that we get Wheel of Doom. But it's not crazy likely, in all honesty. But we'll just see what happens. Just as an FYI. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna fly our second wind. Yeah, I don't know what I was saying. I have streamed so much this week too. I could not even tell you guys. I think I'm going on like, let's see, I streamed 5, 6, 7, 8. I've streamed almost 9 hours prior to today. And now I'm almost 4 hours in. So I'm sitting at about 13 hours of streaming in 3 days. So that also is part of the reason why I'm so delirious. But let's see. OMG, that makes me nervous. The chaos. Yeah. I like kind of. Okay, I'm nervous about it, but I also kind of want to hit it because I really want to use the other like layout that I have. But we probably won't. We have hit the 1 hour before, so I think we'll hit it eventually. It's just, I don't know that it'll happen tonight necessarily, Peyton's voting for Doom. Peyton, bringing that chaos in here. That's a lot. Yeah. All right. Votes Doom anyway. Are you both voting Doom? Seriously? Oh, thank you, Scarlett. You're so sweet. Yeah, I really love them. Also, I think I've mentioned this on stream before, but just a quick thing before we spin. I'll pop you back over for 2 seconds. But okay, ignore the alert. Really quick thing, and then we will spin. In October, well, I've got a few different versions coming up too. Like I'm going to do another storyboard. I'm going to do another happy hour. And then, I will do Wheel of Doom ones. Those are coming in at least September at the latest. And then in October, the first weekend of October, we're doing a, like streamathon for a weekend called the Writers Coven, and a bunch of different people are signing up to host slots, and we're all going to dress in different costumes and have like different themes for our streams and stuff. So it's going to be so fun. So just saying, we have some really cool streams coming up like in the community. Okay, back over to the wheel, but I just had to like gush about that for 2 seconds. But thank you very much, Scarlett. I really appreciate that. Yeah, y'all are starting chaos. Okay, 45 minutes. Like I could rock with 45 minutes. That's, that's a vibe. Doom is okay too if it happens. Thank you, Peyton. You're so sweet. And I will say the streams really help me too, because they hold me accountable, and it gives me, I was saying this at the top of the stream, but I almost feel like I have my own little like writing group with you guys on Tuesdays and Thursdays, which is really cool. That's really special to me. So Christina, I am not voting Doom. I am laughing at Peyton lovingly, of course. Okay. OMG, I love it. Yeah, it's gonna be such a vibe. Okay, my guess is 25. Okay, sweet. Peyton says, I need a writing group. So dude, same. This is kind of what made me start this. I went to a writing group over here and it just was not the right fit. It was quite unproductive, I guess, is how I would put it. I don't know. It was quite a scene, but not because of me or anything. It was just an interesting group. I don't think there was like enough structure to it, So I was like, let me try live streaming, and now this has worked out beautifully. Like I really do feel I have a little writing group with you guys, so I'm glad to see that you feel the same, Peyton. I really appreciate that for sure. All right, that being said, we're gonna go ahead and spin. $55. We might as well have hit a Wheel of Doom. Jeez Louise. I mean, it's not that bad, I guess, but dang. Okay. Popping us back over here. I'm going to get 55 set up. Well, we all wanted a longer sprint, or some of us did, so ask and you shall receive, I suppose. Yeah, and Peyton, you know what? You don't even get to be surprised because you came in there with the Wheel of Doom prediction. So yeah, it's gonna be okay, Christina. We've got our second win, right? We're gonna ride our second win. Oh my god, the wheel really said, "Here's your second win." Yeah, but yeah, I don't think any of you guessed 55, right? Yeah, Scarlett got kind of close with 45. And Peyton was probably closest with Doom, I will say. But yeah. All right. enough procrastinating. We gotta get to it. Let me see. All right, we have 55 minutes on the clock. I believe in all of you. I wish you the best of luck, and I'll see you on the other side of 55. Here we go. Okay. Sorry, I was deep in it. How did that sprint go for everyone? Yeah. Dude, I just wrote an excerpt that, like, I'm not gonna lie, I may have to post it somewhere. Which I never do, but I'm reading it and I'm like, you know what? This is kind of a vibe. I feel like it might even be I need to start logging like good snippets, I feel like, on like a separate document almost. Or like highlighting them in a certain color or something, so that if I do decide to start dropping snippets, I can. Because I've only ever posted one. Yeah, I think I've only ever posted one, and it was when I crossed 50K. Okay, let me get over here real quick, and then okay. Let's see. I love this, by the way, that when Sarita came in, she said, oh boy, 40 minutes still on the clock. It's a sign. I feel like that's a great perspective to have coming in when you see that big number up there. So hi, Sarita. Hi, Miley. Welcome in. Happy to have you. Been avoiding writing. Now's your chance. We were chatting a little bit. Let's see. No, I'm just going to deep dive into the new JoJo Siwa song I just learned about. Oh my God. Don't even get me started on Okay, another lore drop that I can drop. This is not even a big piece of lore, but it's just something interesting. I actually taught, if anyone watched Dance Moms back in the day, does anyone remember Kendall? You know, little Kendall. I actually taught Kendall's cousin. So I believe I still have them. Her mom gave me like autographed photos from all the Dance Moms, like their groups. They have like group shots and they all signed it. I still have it somewhere. But yeah, JoJo was not my favorite. I wasn't really a big fan of the show in general, to be totally honest, but okay, listen, it's actually kind of good. I was listening to I like heard some of the lyrics and it didn't make a lot of sense. Is this the one where she's kind of like rapping in it? And the lyrics got me teary, not gonna lie. Okay, maybe I'm thinking of a different new JoJo song, because I don't know. I heard one where she was kind of like rapping like quietly or like slowly. I can't even call it rapping, but you know what I mean. And it was not great, but that's okay. We can agree to disagree too, Miley. Is it incredible music? Not at all, but it is impressive for JoJo. I mean, look, there's something to be said, I guess, for progress is progress, right? Like, if it's even just a little better, I guess we can give it to her. That's sweet, though. It is sweet. Yeah. I mean, I'm not rooting for JoJo to fail like everyone on the internet. Like, I do think she's a little cringe, but I also think like we have to give her a little grace for growing up in the public eye, right? Under that kind of scrutiny. I don't know many people that would grow up normal after everything they went through. So that's true. I like that Miley's being nice to her. I got like 100 words. LOAO, this seat is kicking my ass. That's okay. 100 words is 100 words more than you had before, you know? So, Sarita, I didn't write. That's okay. You know what? We're just going to give you grace. We gonna give you grace, you know, and plus I think we'll probably do another sprint. So you've got time. You can like totally write in the next sprint, Sarita. Let's see. Christina. Whoop whoop. 506 words. I am gobsmacked. That's awesome, Christina. I feel like you and I were riding that wave. That second wind. We're in it to win it. That's progress. Sarita, that's writing. Why are you saying you didn't write? That totally counts. I think that counts 100,000%, Sarita. Just because you can't quantify it by a word count because you're like physically writing and everything doesn't mean you didn't write. That counts to me. Drop the snippet. Do it. I'll share it. Once I catch up in the chat, I'll share it. How about that? I do need to change one word in it just because it's too much of a spoiler if I keep the word, but I'll just like make up some sort of title for the thing I need to sub in. But I'll read it to you. It's short, but I was like, this is kind of a vibe. 848 words. Peyton got 848 words. Nice. That's awesome, Peyton. You're killing it. So you've got to be at least 41K now, somewhere around there. I can't remember if this was your first full sprint. You had a half one last time, I think. So, but yeah, you've got to be getting up there. Share the snippet. I will. Snippety snip. You all are so funny. Read it. Yeah, read it now. I will. I'll read it once I catch up. I'll read it. You guys remind me if I forget. Okay, I'll read it to you. I just need to change that one word. Scarlett, I did edits and got through like 20 pages of it. Nice. 20 pages of edits is huge. That's great. At least in my book, that's a lot. I sat here for like 6 hours and got edited. I got through like 4 pages. So 20 pages is huge. Yeah, what Christina said. Oh my God. Okay, flex. It's not as much of a flex as you think. I mean, it was cool, but she was really sweet. I will say, Kendall's cousin was very sweet. I'm not going to say her name, but I still remember to this day her name, and she was very sweet, and her mom was very nice. And they gave us kind of the inside scoop of the show a little bit, which was cool. And, you know, it was a neat time. OMG, I love Dance Moms. I will try. I know it's loved past tense, but I'll try and maybe dig out those pictures. I think they're in like a memory box somewhere. I did keep them just because it was kind of a cool. I think I kept them because I just thought it was a cool like piece of lore. I actually think they may be in this closet here I have like a big portfolio with a bunch of my old art projects. And I think I put them in there because they're kind of a big size. They're like that 11 by 11. Is it 8.5 by 11? I guess it's just a notebook sheet size, or maybe an 8 by 10. I don't know, but it was a big size and I didn't want them to bend. So I think they're in there somewhere. I don't know. It's been years since I've looked at them. I'll try and find them for you guys at some point though. Maybe I'll even post them to Instagram. And if you guys follow me on Instagram, you can, you know, see them over there on my story or something. And I'll shout out, I'll say, you know, because we talked about it on stream Thursday, but bruh, you're famous. I mean, I don't know who these children are. I didn't watch that show. Yeah. Well, if you think that's cool, not to like lore drop again, but I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this before on stream, but I used to take a lot of classes with Tate McRae before she blew up. She wouldn't know me from Adam, but I definitely trained alongside her at a lot of the same classes. We literally went to like a conservatory style summer camp together. We were in the same show like 2 years before she blew up. So that's my biggest probably lore drop, but yeah. Let's see. Me too, Christina P. It's not good. It's just good for her. Okay, fair. I get that. Yeah, it's a little light rapping, but it doesn't feel offensive to my ears, and I feel very passionate about her. You know what? Good for you, Miley. Yeah, treading carefully after yesterday's berry drop. Yeah. I'm trying to be delicate about. Yeah, I do want to be careful with JoJo. I think people really are quick to like come for her. And I've got to tell you, even the show aside, I got to tell you, the dance world, I've seen some wild parenting styles. And yeah, I just think, yeah, we should try to give her a little grace. It's hard even for me. She makes it hard, but we should try. Good. I'm glad. Hi, Araya. Welcome back. Yep, we're still going. I love how earlier too, I was genuinely like, oh, I don't know if I could keep going. I don't know if I have it in me. And that was at like 9:30. And I'm feeling pretty good. I'm like hanging in there, you know? Let's see. Another one. I love that. Another one. Oh, my post-it wall isn't for my book. It's for my YouTube and side business I'm working on. So not progress. I feel like that's still progress, Sarita. Just because it's not progress on your book doesn't mean it's not progress. And that's specifically why, or exactly why, I call these productivity sprints instead of writing sprints. Because I got to tell you, a lot of times when I put on, not all the time, but if I catch writing sprints, a chunk of the time I'm doing other stuff. I'm doing stuff around the house, but I will still use the sprint format to kind of like, you know, push myself to get those things done. So I think you should do whatever you need to do during this time, you know? 100%. Don't be so hard on yourself. You're killing it. At Araya, yeah. Yeah, we're still chilling. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Progress on something else. We'll stop talking right now. It's not gonna happen. We're gabbing. Araya says, I was on earlier, but that was hours ago. Yeah, isn't that trippy how you could go? I think Sarita did that one time. Sarita like went to Pilates and then came back and she was like, how are you still going? I'm at 41,525 words. Nice, Peyton. You're killing it. What is your projected end word count? Do you have one? Just curious. Sarita says, yeah, Christina, I've been struggling to write this week. Just work and immigration stress things got me down. So we'll get to writing later, another time. I don't know. Yeah, I think breaks are super important too, honestly. I feel like especially Sarita, you know, if you don't know, makes YouTube videos also. And like, I think when so much of your life revolves around writing, like it's not just the actual writing, it's then you're making content about writing and you're doing live streams about writing and all these things. Like sometimes you need a break, you know, sometimes it's good to take a step back and, you know, come back fresh after like a week off or whatever, you know? I'm working on other stuff too. Christina, Sarita, I know how that can be. Sometimes you do need to set writing to the side, but it's better than forcing the writing. I agree too. I'm a big supporter of the idea of like work smarter, not harder. And I think, you know, I know there are some people that say you can't edit an empty page and like you should just get words on the page. But I've got to tell you, I think if you write in the wrong direction for a long time, not so much bad words, right? Like if the words aren't perfect, that's not really what I'm talking about. I'm more so saying if you are writing and you take your story in a direction that you don't feel great about, but you kind of keep plugging because you're like, you keep chugging along because you're like, I just need to get words on the page. It's going to be so much work to go back and fix that when you go and reread it and you realize like, crap, I should not have done this. You know what I mean? So I definitely think it's worth it to just like take a step back and then come back to everything. Yeah, I swear these streams been getting longer each week, which I'm not mad at. Means I can catch them in the evening. Yeah, I feel like I'm probably going to try to keep with like 5-hour streams just because of, I've kind of mentioned this before, but because I'm East Coast, so many people fall in the time behind me and I could start later, you know, and then stay up later. But honestly, like, this is the time I have set aside for writing for myself too. So I'm like, I might as well just start at the same time and then just carry it longer. And I feel like now I'm comfortable enough. It's not a big deal, right? Like it doesn't stress me out the same way as it would have at the beginning of everything, or at the beginning of streaming, especially the individual ones. I don't know that I could do this in like a group format. Because that's a lot more high energy, right? Like when I have people on, that's like a lot more high energy and a lot more to kind of like MC or like, I don't know, host, you know? But when it's just me and you guys, like I'm chill. This is very relaxing. So yeah, you get me at Christina, who that is. Oh, is this about Tate? Yeah, you can Google her. She's like an up and coming singer. True, I've noticed that too, Sarita, and it's easier for us Pacific Standard Time people. Yeah, that's a big reason why I'm doing it for sure. Well, I think this is about Tate. What? LOL, I know who she is even. Yeah, I'm telling you. You can Google her, you'll see her. My sister would be so jealous about Tate McRae. Yeah, I really regret, I'm not gonna lie, it's so funny. The show we were in was videoed and they made it where you could like get a copy, but you had to pay like $20 or something, you know, to have a copy of the show. and I didn't do it. And I kick myself so much now for not like getting a copy, just to be able to have it as like a piece of lore to be like, this is me and there's Tate, you know. Like we were in separate pieces, but we were in the same show. She did a like a jazzy, if I remember correctly, she did like a jazzy contemporary piece with a live singer. And I think there were only 3 of them in her piece because we all got to pick. Well, you had to apply, but you like could list what pieces you wanted to do. And I'm sure she listed that as her first choice, but my first choice was hip hop. So I did a hip hop number. But yeah, we were on opposite ends of the spectrum in that show, but it was pretty cool. Sarita says, but yes, I never get to catch the lives either, or catch the lives because Pacific Standard Time. Oh, I'm so glad you guys are liking it. Oh, just Googled, I've seen her face, but that's not my vibe. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, I dig her songs because they're very like dancey, you know, but I mean, I get what you're saying though, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be careful what I say. I'm trying to be, I get what you're saying, Christina. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've only realized who she is when songs come up. Yeah. Yeah, she just recently, her biggest thing was she wrote that song for F1, I think, the F1 movie. And they were like bangers that my kids love. Yeah, they're good dancey songs for sure. Best case scenario, the world forgets about Joe Siwa for a couple years. And when she's relevant again, she said, yeah, that's what I think would be best too. And like, people really come for her too about like her sexuality and everything. And that really bugs me because I just feel like she's still so young and just kind of like learning who she is. And I think people need to give her some space to like do that, you know? OMG, and we didn't. No, okay, I'll stop for sure now. Yeah, we definitely did not stop talking. You're so welcome, Sarita. I mean it. Peyton says, I'm estimating this book will probably be around 70,000, but I honestly hope I'm wrong because I'm ready to finish this draft. I feel that. I feel you. I'm estimating mine to be between 100 and 120. And I'm in the same boat. I'm ready to be done. You're a lot closer than I am, if it makes you feel any better. You're really close, actually. You're over your halfway by quite a bit. So, yeah, you're killing it, Peyton. Miley says, writing in the wrong direction for multiple chapters is awful. I just had to cut like 7,000 words. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think about what's going to be more productive, right? Like forcing yourself to sit and just get words on the page that you maybe don't feel as strongly about, or taking a step back, taking a break, and then coming back with fresh eyes and making good decisions, you know? Actually, that's a good point, Evelyn. I've been considering going back to do a tidy up of my earlier chapters to see if I can get my first act fixed. It's a hot mess express. Well, I doubt that it's a hot mess express, but I had that thought too. If you guys have watched my streams for a while, there was a chunk of time where I really was adamant that I was going to stop it halfway, which is 50K was my projected halfway, right? Based on my outline. And I was going to stop it halfway and then go back and revise my entire first half before writing my second half. But then I kind of just made the executive decision to push through because I do have a pretty thorough outline. So I don't know that it would have affected anything big going forward. I think it would have highlighted some, you know, little continuity things that were small, but I don't know that it would have affected anything big. And I really want a draft 1 under my belt, to be honest. I'm like ready. I'm kind of in Peyton's boat. I'm ready to at least be done with the first draft. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Sarita, for sure. Floor drop. Evelyn, listen, it's been a hot minute, but hip hop was like my absolute fave, which no one would probably guess, but that was genuinely my favorite at all times. I did train in ballet quite a bit too. I trained in everything. I did ballet, tap, jazz, hip hop, contemporary, lyrical, and Latin ballroom. I did like ballroom a lot too. I'm not gonna lie. That was fun. But hip hop was my favorite. It was my comfort zone. And I trained under some pretty cool people, but yeah, I don't know. Anyways, no, I mean, you're very sweet, but there's no way. Although I will say, now that we're talking about this, I will say As a writer who is at her desk all day, I have thought about making a stream format where if I could figure out, I think I have figured out like a way I could do it. And I thought about calling it like writing with warm-ups or something, but like making it where on breaks, instead of us chit-chatting, I could lead everyone through some stretches from back in my dance day, some good like warm-ups that you can do just in your living room in place that require very little space, you know. And I have a lot of from back in the day, like I know quite a bit about dance anatomy. I like really looked into that quite a bit when I was training in ballet, in order to basically equip myself with knowledge that would help with injury prevention for my students. And so I know how to alter a lot of the stretches for people that have like bad knees or hip pain or aren't as flexible and things like that. And I haven't done it in a long time, but it would be kind of good for me too, right? To like get up and move again. So I have thought about doing something like writing with warm-ups where, yeah, it would force us to like take stretch breaks and get up and move and do a little cardio and that sort of thing. And like, obviously you guys wouldn't be on camera. I'm not going to like have anyone watch you, but you guys could just follow along for like a quick little 15-minute stretch break, you know, after each sprint, or after like, maybe since sometimes we get short sprints, maybe I'd do, or maybe for that one, I wouldn't have a wheel. I would have like set sprints and say, okay, we're doing, you know, 45-minute sprints, and then we do 15 minutes of stretching, and then a 45-minute sprint, 15 minutes of stretching, something like that. But I have been playing around with that idea because I know I struggle to like make myself get up and move when I get too fixated on like what's happening here. So anyways, you guys are so sweet. I think I'm just too old for these young people music. A dance chat. I could never. You guys are sweet though. To be honest, I think the stats are like once you hit your 30s, you're less receptive to music outside of what you've already been listening to. That tracks. That makes sense. True. Though I just got into a new group, but that's because they're heavy metal and I gravitate to more heavy, darker things. If I like pop, it's some Christina. I so wish I could drop another piece of lore right now, but I'm not going to. That really makes me want to drop it. I'm not going to do it, though. I didn't sign an NDA or anything, but I just have a feeling that I shouldn't say anything. But the heavy metal thing. Anyways, I'm going to keep moving on. Okay, this is about the stretching one, like the workout thing. Let's see. Okay, sounds like a lot of people are into the stretching idea. Let's see. Haven't even listened to the whole thing. What is this in regard to? Yes, do it. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I might. I feel like I could try it. And if anyone says anything mean, I will dip. We won't do it anymore. But I feel pretty safe with you guys. I feel like I could do it and you'd be okay. Evelyn constantly working that live stream idea generator. You know what else I thought about doing? You guys are going to think this is so dorky, okay? And I don't know if anyone would do it because it'd probably be so embarrassing. But I thought about having a spelling bee and like having guests come on and like asking you guys to spell a word, and you have to do it without like looking at your phone or anything, and just doing like an old school spelling bee for fun, like purely for fun and for laughs. But obviously I haven't done that yet. A comment. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Storyboard dance breaks, but I could, but the storyboard stream goes long on its own. I gotta tell you, like, doing it, the breaks in between the sprints, really, we use the whole time up just moving. Especially now that I've made it where like every space is a move for the most part. Like, yeah, that's gotten, I don't know if it would work with storyboard, but I like the idea. Yeah, Wheel of Doom, actually, it might be a good thing. If I did a Wheel of Doom by myself, I could do it. I know for the initial Wheel of Doom, I have a group that I think I'm going to use for that. But yeah, maybe if I did Wheel of Doom by myself, that would be a good one because they're longer sprints. That's actually a good idea, Sarita. Like if we get Wheel of Doom, you have a stretch break. Yeah. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. If you got it on here. Yeah, that could be. That could be. Okay, but then explain K-pop Demon Hunters to me. I really don't know if I can. All I can say is I used to work in music. I used to work in music for a band that I can pretty much guarantee everyone in this chat would know. And I mean everyone. But that's all I can say. Honestly, I'd love that, but Doom never happens. And we need to stretch. Yeah. So I think I need to do it as its own thing, probably. Don't be cryptic like that. Look, girl, I got to protect myself too. I got to be careful, but I shouldn't tease it. But I did give a little clarifying nugget just now, but that's probably the most I can say. LOL, Sarita, I can explain by saying we're all human and less receptive. Doesn't mean blocking out new things completely. Yeah. Yeah. Like she met a heavy NDAs. No, not met them. Worked for them. It's not as fun as you would think. Anyways, wait, I would eat up a spelling. I just think it'd be so fun to have a spelling bee, don't you think? Like, I just feel like that would be such a vibe. We could all come on and have like numbers and do rounds. And I even thought about how I would like set it up and everything. I just think it'd be cute and we could like laugh it up. But I don't know if people would get. I don't know if people could laugh at themselves enough to do a spelling bee, right? Like, because we're all going to get words wrong. Like, autocorrect is so common now that I guarantee you we will get words wrong. So I don't know, but I think it's a cute idea. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I love the idea of a spelling bee. I just think it's so cute. Wouldn't it be so cute? And we could all wear like, I don't know, dorky outfits on purpose. I say as I'm sitting here with my big ass glasses. But anyways, I just think it'd be so fun with Blue So Hard. Oh, Christina. I'm sorry, Christina. I was robbed that we never did them in New Zealand. We only did them here through middle school for me. I think we had one in high school, but you had to like travel to do it. So I would have freaking ate up at a spelling bee. Yeah, I just want to sit and like host it and be the person that reads the words off, you know? I was second grade runner-up for my region, not to flex. That is a flex, Smiley. That is a flex. I was third runner-up for our 8th grade one, for our middle school. Maybe I would have, at least at my school. You probably would have, Sarita. Let's see. You're a smart cookie. True. Sarita is a smart cookie. I would be out on the first round. That would be me, Araya. I'd be out so fast. I think this is about the band thing. Yeah. I knew this. Yeah. I don't know. You probably guessed because I don't. No, wait. Did I tell you? Sarita, maybe I told you. I'm not sure. I might have told you guys before the storyboard stream. That's chill, no Dublin. I always laugh at myself and others. Cackle. Yeah, no, I do the same thing. Yep. And it's not as fun as you think. That's all I'll say. Anyways, okay. Do you guys want to hear my excerpt since we've been yapping? And then we'll do one more sprint. Okay, and then we got to cap it because it's 11:41 for me. But let me see if I can, if you all still want to hear it, I can try and read the snippet. Okay, I do need to change one word. And I'm trying to think what I can change it to. Because it's like a name. Let me see. And you guys know me and my names. You know what I'm saying? Like I gotta make sure it doesn't sound totally crazy. Okay, I'm just gonna come up with something random, but I think you guys will let it be. Okay. Let me mark this up so I remember to change it back. Okay. And this isn't great. It's more like just the, it's just more the messaging is kind of cool. You know, like the storytelling part of it, I think is kind of neat. But let's see. Okay. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yes, snippity snip. Okay, I'm going to share a little clip. Yes, somehow I knew. Yeah, I feel like maybe I told you guys before storyboard. I know I've told Taylor, but I don't remember if I've mentioned it to anyone else. But I may have told you guys before storyboard. Just go redacted. Yeah, I could. Beep. Yeah, I could just say beep, but I feel like it doesn't come across as well. So anyways, let me, okay. Now don't pay any attention to word selection. Okay. This is first draft. And this is just like, a good vibey moment. Okay. Like there's some good vibes. Anyways. Okay. I really wish that I could have Miley read this for me right now. But anyways, okay. Also, if you ever hear this sound like on stream, this like, I mean, I don't know. My mic's pretty good, so I worry sometimes it'll pick it up. I'm not farting. It's my chair. My chair is made of cheap leather, and it literally like farts all the time. Anyways, okay, here we go. Oh boy, am I so stressed about this? I volunteered this. Okay, anyways, okay. I've never read an excerpt on here. I don't think. So, anyways, it was as though the ground beneath them had shifted. A few students dropped to their knees while others doubled over, trying to recover from the shock. Although they were training at Fossus, many had bits of themselves at Hawthorne as well. Sisters, brothers, cousins, friends. Though recruits were physically divided among the 6 academies, they still carried one heart. Suffice to say that the carefree Ravina from moments before were now gone, for this news was not only devastating, it meant change was coming for them all. Hopefully that came across okay. But anyways, vibes. Okay, I love that you guys are so understanding. My chair squeaks too, it's fine. Okay, I just feel so weird about it because it constantly squeaks. Like, it constantly makes noises. Ugh. Anyways. Okay, I'm glad I'm not alone in that. Yeah, the news. I love the news in all caps. Yeah, it's some serious news. The poor babies. Yeah. Yep. It's a deep moment. Thank you, Peyton. You guys are so sweet. I love the gasp. Gasped. Yeah, I feel like it's a good oh, this isn't even the part, Christina, where I thought the readers were gonna throw the book. This isn't even that part. We're past that part. No joke. So that actually makes me feel great that you said that, because I'm like, if you think this is bad. The gasp, I gusped for real. Oh, you guys are so sweet. I appreciate it so much. That's genuinely, I think, my first time I've ever shared a clip, like a snippet on a live stream. Honestly. But yeah, it should be pretty cool. And just so you know, the word I changed was Hawthorne. So if anyone does read this when it's eventually out, I didn't spoil anything. Like, you don't know which academy it happens to, you know? You guys are such good hype buddies. Dude, Christina, you don't even know. You don't even know. The part, too, where it was like... Okay, first of all, I almost cried writing some of this because... the character who's delivering the news. Anyways, it's going to be so good. And then the part that happens before it It's going to be a ride. I'm telling you, from like here to the end, it's going to be a ride. Oh, Miley says, wait, I missed it. Hold on while I rewind. Oh, Miley. It was great. You should do it every stream. I feel like I don't have the guts, first of all, to be totally honest and frank. I don't have the guts. And also, I don't want to give too much away. I really feel like I struggle with the balance nowadays. Like, people want to know a lot about the book, but like, I am so secretive about the book, you know? So it's hard to like share stuff and not feel like I'm giving so much, like too much away, you know? But maybe I'll like do shorter ones in future, like short little, like last lines. I could maybe do last lines, you know, where you share like one sentence or something. I second that. Oh, Araya, you're so sweet. You would think that would make me sad, but it makes me so hype. Let me tell you, this book has Easter eggs. I was like very careful in my outlining. It has Easter legs, Easter legs. It has Easter eggs, so that once you finish it, you'll go back and be like, oh my God, now like this makes sense and this makes sense and this makes sense. You know what I mean? And I feel like it's going to build to, like I said, this like avalanche, and then it's going to have, the ending is like, it's good. I'm not going to lie. I mean, not to overhype my own book, but I think it's pretty good. I told Taylor and she literally gasped. So just saying, not that I told her too much, but I just told her like a little snippet, but yeah. I'm super pumped for it. Everyone loves their own book. Everyone loves their book. I'm not going to sit here and say it's, you know, but I am definitely enjoying writing it, and I'm reaching a fun point. I forget all the time, but what genre is your book? Yeah, fantasy. No, it's not contemporary. I don't blame you for thinking that. It's it is fantasy. I'm calling it an epic romantic fantasy because I feel like it has the world building of an epic fantasy, but it mostly follows the story of a main male character and a main female character, and like, you know, how their story kind of ebbs and flows. And it is outlined as a trilogy. So this is just book one, but each book is going to be satisfying for sure in its own way. I have outlined the second and third roughly. Like I've outlined the big points. So there's even some there's even some stuff in this first book that will then come back in the second book and the third. So I'm really excited. But anyways, I'm just happy I'm getting to a point where stuff is like really, the big points are now like coming together. Because like I said, kind of coming up to this, I just was doing a lot of like laying the groundwork for things to converge in this second half, right? If that makes sense. I love when writers gush about themselves. I am so excited. I mean, I'm really not normally a big, like, I just don't talk about my book all too much, you know, but I really feel like I'm hitting a good stride. But I also don't want to say that too much because I don't want to end up like that TikTok girl who like hyped herself up and then put her book out. And it was like, people literally were like, this is unreadable. We want refunds. You know what I mean? That's like my worst nightmare. So I'm trying to be careful, but I'm genuinely like, I love it. Don't know if anyone else will, but I love it. Oh, Sarita, you're so sweet. Like, yes, be so happy about what you're writing. It makes me feel all warm and floofy inside. You guys are so sweet. I'm a blabber. I just tell people who's dying what happened all the time. Yeah, I don't tell like very much. I'm very closed off. But I do think after this first draft is done, I'm going to do like one of those Instagram posts where people kind of like put out like an overview of their story, and they'll put out like their characters, you know, and like little bits about their characters and stuff. So you'll learn more about it once the first draft is done. I think I'll put like some more stuff about it and pin it on my Instagram so people can look at that, you know, when they're curious. Oh, I skipped. 1 second. Thank you, Miley. You're so sweet. I'm still working on editing chapter 3 to give you for a Miley story time at some point, or chapter 2, sorry. But I will at sometimes, at some point. This book got legs, Easter legs. I just had to, though, so much. I'm so sleepy, please ignore me. I swear, one of these days, I'm going to go back through my lives and clip some of this stuff and make a compilation, because sometimes the things I say and the things we talk about on here are so ridiculous. Easter legs. Oh my god, you guys are cracking me up. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Yeah, I do think it's a good thing. Within reason, right? But yeah. Easter legs and foreshadow. You guys are never going to let me live that down now. I can just tell. But yeah, I do love Easter eggs and foreshadowing. I just love that when a book is outlined so well that someone can do that, because as someone with anxiety, I constantly look for patterns to figure out outcomes. And so I find it so satisfying to like try to figure out what's going to happen before it happens, you know. But I like when it's not too obvious too, right? Like I don't want it to be obvious, but I want to work for it. But I like being able to kind of like solve the ending just before it happens. Easter legs are my favorite, especially in their quells. Oh my god, you guys are... I love spoiling. See, I just worry too if I were to spoil my book and I don't know. What if I change my mind and change like a huge plot point, you know? That scares me a little bit. But to each their own, for sure. If you want to know, I will tell you everything. Plus, I have a terrible memory, so I assume everyone else will forget too. Yeah, Miley was saying this on Saoirse's stream, I think. Oh my gosh, that's true. See, but then I'm also like, if I just tell you the whole story, I won't write it. I'll be like, well, that was good enough. You know, like triplets. Yes. Nanzi and Jojo Siwa have like some of the same complexes. Ooh. That's wild. Miley. Oh, is it horrible or is it wonderfully complex characterization? True. I think it could be interesting. If it changes, I'll tell you again. Okay. If I change it, I'll tell you again. Okay. Let's say they're the same kind of messy. Gotcha. All right. Are we down for or up for... Yeah, sounds interesting to me. Are we up for one more sprint? I think I have one more in me, if you all are interested. Another one. I love that, Miley, so much. Another one. What is that from? That's from a singer, right? From a song? Is that T-Pain or something? I swear that's ringing a bell for me. Yes, I'll push. Okay, perfect. DJ Khaled, that's what it is. DJ Khaled. Oh my god. All I do is win, no matter what. That, you know that song? Got money on my mind. Isn't that DJ Khaled? I ain't never giving up. And every time I step into the building, everybody's hands go up. Right? And they stay there. Isn't that T-Pain or DJ Khaled? Or am I crazy? Maybe that's not the right. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I was like, this has to be. Okay, perfect. I'm praying it's a 20-minute one. Kind of same, Peyton. I think if Wheel of Doom comes up, I'll cry, but at least we'll get to use the new scene if it does. But let's go. I'm skipping this scene that is awful and I'm moving on. I feel that. I did that last sprint. T-Pain. Yes. Oh, go up. Yeah. Oh, so good. Did you ever hear T-Pain and Taylor Swift? Yes, I believe I did. And they stay there. Yeah. Oh, God. I love that song so much. Isn't that Pitch Perfect? It might. Did they do it in Pitch Perfect? Maybe. I'm not a big Pitch Perfect fan. I'm not going to lie. Y'all may hate me for that, but not a big Pitch Perfect fan. That song was in the clubs. Yes. I'm pretty sure I've danced to that song at some point, like at a football game back in high school or something. But yeah, clearly it left a mark. It stuck in my head big time. So, all right. That being said, Damn, I wish they still played that in the club. Yeah. They need to have a club. I've seen some clubs do Disney nights too, which look really fun, but and they stay there. Always got it lit. Yeah, that always did. Yeah. Clubs are so boring. I don't even go to the club. Like, what's in the club for me? I want to sit here and write about fantasy people. People that don't exist. Forget the clubs. This is my club right here. This is the club. Okay. All right. We gotta the entire crowd disappeared. Yeah. Truly is. So sorry to the youngins now. Yeah, we did. Okay. I'm not gonna go in this tangent because I totally could. I'm thinking of she moves up. Okay, that's not I don't think this is T-Fame, but the Cyclone song. I'm not even singing it. I'm not singing it. I gotta remember this stuff stays on the internet. Yeah, we gotta spin. All right. I'm gonna give everyone and also the music sucks. Gotcha. Yeah, they should have. I saw there's a club actually near me that has instituted, and it's not a club. It's like a social club, but they instituted like a no phones policy specifically for that reason. Spin the wheel. Let's start a writing club at our cult. Yes. Let's do it. And we can play good music. Okay, everyone, you have 5 seconds to log your guesses. And then I'm spinning. Because we got to do this. We got to make it happen. Bless us with a 20. Yes. Club with no phones. It's like a social club, but it looked like a vibe. So I'm pretty sure you all logged your guesses. But just in case anyone's, we've got any outliers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh my God. Okay. Also, Scarlett did post hers before we spun. Okay. So I did see that. So I think Scarlett and Christina and Peyton all got it. That might be the first time we've ever had a triple victory. Oh my gosh. This worked out beautifully. I'm not going to lie. 20 minutes is like perfect. Okay. Now we got to spam with stars, guys. Especially because we got triple winners. Like, we got to bring it. Myself included. Boom. Perfect. I don't think I missed anyone, right? When I said who got it. Christina. Yeah, Christina, Peyton, and Scarlett. All got it. Yeah, this is huge. Yeah, pretty exciting. Success with numbers, or whatever the saying is. Yep. Strength in numbers. I think that might be what you're thinking of. That took me a minute to remember too. I was like, wait a minute, what is that? Because I knew what you were talking about, but I couldn't remember what the phrase was. And also, thank God it's not too long. Yeah, not gonna lie, I'm very happy with a 20. I'm very content with that. Okay. That being said, I have 20 minutes on the clock. Okay. I wish you all the best of luck, and I'll see you on the other side of 20 minutes for our little wrap up. All right. Good luck, everyone. All right. We are back. How did that sprint go for everyone? Let's see. I had to save that little ambiance I was listening to. It was really good. Okay. I did okay. I didn't write a ton. I got 198 words. That's pretty good. You know? I'll take 198. Miley says, wrote a one-sentence pitch. Oh my God, I can't talk. Wrote a one-sentence pitch badly and then started the next scene. You know what? Fair. Relatable. Relatable is what I should say. I did nothing again. But you know what? Last time you said you did nothing and you were just doing stuff that was not directly related to writing. That's all. So that's still doing something. In my opinion, that's still doing something. 405. Holy smokes. Peyton, you're going to be at 4,200 before you know it. You're going to be at that 70K before you know it. Sarita says, my Instagram feed has been filled with Chief of War interviews, and I love it. Ooh, I don't know what Chief of War is. I'd have to look this up. I'm wrapping up editing a video. No writing for me. Still productive, Araya. Still productive. Way more productive than me, because I've still got that video sitting on my little SD card that I need to edit. Yeah, no, Peyton's killing it. Christina, look at this high number. Christina wrote 383 words and exceeded my 1,000 word goal for the day. So I'm super happy. Glad I pushed through, but I am blinking real slow is all I'm saying. Okay, well, you know what, Christina, on that note, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm struggling too. I'm tired, you know. So on that note, let's go ahead and yes, congrats, Christina. I'm sorry. Congrats. I feel like I might have skipped over that too quickly. I apologize. It's end of stream disease. But yes, congrats. Edited 2 chapters. Nice, Scarlett. That's awesome. You're really killing it too, Scarlett. I gotta say, the editing is harder to quantify, but it really sounds like you're plugging right along. You are all slaying writing. Thanks, Sarita. We appreciate you being here, honestly. Miley's gone. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you so much for the sprints and lore, Evelyn. Lovely as always. Thank you for being here, Miley. All right, in summary, please remember, I also never say this, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe down below. It really helps to like push the stream out into the ether. Also, I posted a reminder, but if you want to participate in the Writers Coven in the first weekend of October, meaning like you want to host a stream and maybe wear a costume and kind of be a part of a community event, you can DM me on Instagram for the sign up sheet or find it in the Discord. There's only 1 week left before people are allowed to double up on slots. So I just like to give people that heads up. I will have Tuesday and Thursday streams next week. I don't have them up yet for you to hit the notify me button, but I will have them up very soon. I'm hoping to have at least a happy hour stream coming up soon. I originally was going to do a storyboard this Sunday, but to be honest, I feel like I really dropped the ball on like recruiting people to do it. You know what I mean? And I feel like throwing it together this last minute would be hard. I may still do it, but it's a long shot. We'll see. And then, yeah, before you know it, Wheel of Doom will be coming up too, like 2 weeks after that. So lots of fun stuff happening. Lots of fun stuff coming up. But that's pretty much everything. That's pretty much all the updates. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and hit y'all with my traditional sign off, which is be brave, be a light, and remember that you all are so, so loved. I hope you have a great night, and I'll see you around AuthorTube. Bye, guys.